We are broadcasting live.
Good morning, everyone. This is the Mono Council meeting of Tuesday, April 25th, 2023. This meeting is being conducted by means of electronic participation, and I should explain that the reason it's not also in person is that there is construction activity at Town Hall. Electronic participation is permitted by Section 238, subsection 3.1 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, and the Town of Mono Procedural Bylaw 2020-42. And as previously explained, Town Hall is currently closed while the construction is ongoing and hopefully will be open to the public in short order. We have a quorum. No need to point to location of emergency exits, and disclosure of pecuniary interest can occur at this point or at any point in the course of the meeting. And Melinda, if I could call on you to do the Indigenous land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mayor. We would like to begin by respectfully acknowledging that the town of Mono resides within the traditional territories and ancestral lands of the Teotihuacan, the Adirondack, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe peoples. We also acknowledge that the town of Mono resides within the treaty lands named under Treaty 18, the Nottawasaga Purchase of 1818. These traditional territories upon which we live and learn are steeped in rich Indigenous history and traditions. It is with this statement that we declare to honor and respect the past and present connections of the Indigenous people with this land, its waterways, and resources.
Thank you. First item is an approval of the previous minutes, and I have a motion that we approve those minutes. Do I have a mover? Elaine Capes, seconded by Fred Nix. I have one issue that I'd like us to revisit if I can. And I don't have the minutes open on my computer, but I can refer to them and we can remember the discussion that we all had about the CBC noise, the application to be exempt from the noise bylaw. And it's been brought to, two things have been brought to my attention. First, I failed to acknowledge the fact that we had, I believe, 2 items of correspondence from the public on that. We also had a interested party follow up by attending in person to ask questions. And I'd like to request council's indulgence to have those facts reflected in the minutes. And I know that I'm going backwards here a bit. Fred Simpson, can you help us out as to the date of that discussion? I think it was 2 meetings ago.
Yeah, so just so I'm clear, you're looking to amend a set of minutes from a couple of meetings ago that you've already approved, but now are looking to amend. Is that correct?
Ideally, yes, but I'm also content to put on the record that we had correspondence from 2 residents and a follow-up visit to council in person to express concerns about granting those noise exemptions.
So are you looking to have that noted in this meeting then? Is that correct, Your Worship?
I'm happy that they are noted, those points are noted anywhere.
Okay, then I can ensure that those comments are noted in the minutes for this meeting if that is satisfactory.
John has frozen up on my screen.
Record to reflect the fact that he was here in person. I'm content if the minutes of this meeting reflect my comments.
Okay. Duly noted, Your Worship.
Okay. So any further discussion about approval of minutes? All in favor? Any opposed? And that motion is carried. Next item of business is to approve the, pardon me, I'm all over the map today. I should have asked that we approve the agenda of this session as circulated. I can't see anyone, so if somebody can verbally move that and verbally second it.
I'll
You're
move
all
it.
back now.
I'll do
Okay,
that.
Fred Nix moves. And seconded by
Ralph Rangelo.
Ralph Mantolo. Any issues with the agenda as circulated?
I have an issue, Your Honor. I believe at the last meeting, Mr. Trotman agreed to give us a presentation, sort of a Coles Notes version about the helping home buyers and protecting Concrete Tenants Act. And I didn't see that here on this agenda, although it is a part of Schedule A, the letter from Steve Clark, and maybe he could comment during that time. But I'm just wondering if he's prepared something for us.
Dave? Or Mark?
Good morning, Council. This is coming to May 9th. I had a chat with Mark, and we're bringing a summary for you to May 9th, Council.
Can't hear you, Dave.
I said that, just a second. I said this is a matter coming to May 9th, Council.
Okay,
Which still provides council time to comment.
Oh, yeah.
I'm happy with that, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any other questions before I call the vote? Any opposed to adoption? Motion is carried. We have no proclamations today, to my knowledge. Public question period. Do we have any questions submitted?
Yes, Your Worship, we have two questions submitted. The first one is from Mr. Hossein, and he comments on the town's animal control contractor and suggesting that them being in lieu of our previous contractor are not providing the same level of service as was being provided to the town from the SPCA.
Okay, Fred, what is our experience with the new contractor? And I certainly understand why we switched from the SPCA, given the budgetary increase that they were requesting.
Okay. I spoke to Mr. Hussein prior to him submitting this question last week, and followed up with our vendor with respect to a call that was made not by him, but by a family member. And according to our contractor, it was responded to within approximately 60 minutes. At that time, there was no sign of loose dogs. And when the complaint come in, they weren't aware of the location of the owners. There was further follow-up from our vendor. Again, several more phone calls over the weekend, and they appear to be satisfactorily followed up. And in general, we've had good response from this vendor. I've had very few, if any, complaints over the couple of years that they've worked for us, and do seem to be providing a good service for the value.
Thank you. Any further comments on this question? Next question.
Nope. Did you not? Andrew, was there not a second question, one from Mr. Orton? I believe Mr. Orton was asking a question about the length of time that it takes for emergency fire to respond to a call.
I think that was addressed in the last meeting, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I believe this was a second question, very similar to one that he asked probably about 4 meetings ago or thereabouts.
Not even.
Let's see if we can find that. So this is specific to the issue of fire suppression. Would any of our representatives on fire boards like to address the issue of how long it takes to get firefighters to suppress a fire as maybe distinct from other fire calls, or whether all fire calls are treated equally?
Your worship, I don't have any numbers in front of me. I'm sorry. I'm sure the fire boards or the fire departments, as the case may be, probably have some numbers on this, but I don't have them at hand.
Melinda?
The last time that I was speaking with the chief, I don't have any numbers on a piece of paper, and I'll make a note to bring that for the next time if Mr. Orton's going to ask the question again. But I did have a discussion with the fire chief at the Shelburne fire, and the comment is, you know, how fast can the volunteers get a truck out? Because of course it's so different. I mean, I'm personally 17 minutes away, so there's no way somebody's going to get here, you know, sooner than how long it takes to drive a vehicle. But they strive, and he was explaining how they were within 7 minutes of the call, they've got a truck out the door. So well within the volunteer fire department's regulations from the Ontario Fire Marshal and he was quite happy with what they were doing. But I will work on getting some information from Rosemont and some numbers specifically for Mr. Orton.
Thank you, and I'm happy to follow up with the town of Orangeville on their response times. And Ralph, maybe we can get some information with regard to Rosemont.
Sure, I'm not on the board anymore, Your Honor.
Oh, yes, of course.
No, I'm
Melinda?
on both. I'm on both the Rosemont and the Shelburne. I'll find that out for those two.
Okay,
And
great.
report back.
Okay. Any questions online? Not seeing any. We have no delegations today. Under unfinished business and deferred items, we have committee matters that we're going to discuss in camera, and then rise and report with recommendations. Going to the next item, bylaws, correspondence, and so forth. 2023 donation requests. And we have quite a detailed report on that. Fred, would you like to review some of the highlights of the donation request report?
So, well, as council will note that the requests far exceed council's established budget this year. I think that's a first. I think typically the requests haven't been that high. Some of these are requests that council has seen in the past, and some are new. I'm not sure if you want to go into the details on each one. If you do, I can review those.
Well, I think I'll open it up to the floor to see if there's any questions about specific ones. Some are self-evident to the extent that there is no request this year, and others there's a request this year. Fred?
Yes, in terms of the largest request, which was for $22,100, the difficulty I have is, do we as a council, collecting taxpayers' money from all residents in Mono, do we give to faith-based organizations, even if they are running some very useful community programs? I struggled with that question and have not fully thought this out. But unless or until someone can change my mind, my instinct says that government should not be funding churches or any other faith-based organization. For one thing, if we give money to help run the operations of this church, aren't we setting a precedent that will come back to haunt us the next time any faith-based group comes before us and asks for money? Some might suggest that we already set the precedent last year when we gave the Hockley Church just in excess of $4,000. But that was a different case. And in that instance, we were helping preserve a heritage church and a community hall, if memory serves me correct. We were just trying to, it's very similar to the church that we took ownership of some years ago, because the building represents a part of our heritage. So those are different cases. We didn't set a precedent of giving a faith-based organization money to run their operations. One thought I had, though, when I read the programs the High Country Church runs, and they are excellent. I compliment them on what they're doing. And Kim, I'm looking at you here, because the thought that I had when I looked at those programs, I thought, you know, these are great social programs, and perhaps the town or the county should be doing some of those programs, or at least helping out. So the thought that occurred to me, Kim, was, you know, I wondered if, you know, say a program on Wednesday nights, we get senior citizens together in a hall and make them do sit-ups or dance or something. That is there an opportunity here to partner with High Country Church or any other organization in running some of these programs for senior citizens? It's just an idle thought, Kim. I'm not asking you to do anything, but that's what I thought when I read about all those programs. So, Your Worship, I will stop now, but to summarize, I'm going to argue that we should not be giving High Country Church any money.
Thank you. And Melinda, I saw your hand up there briefly.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I too am troubled by it, but then on the other hand, this is a place, when you look through their financials and you look through how small the congregation is and what they're offering for the community in a fairly central location. I mean, it's equivalent kind of our Mono Center Community Center with respect to where it is in the town. That it does kind of cross over for me, and that I mean, there's no way we don't have 22,000. It's a ginormous ask. But to support something like this for our community, we have been recently asked to, not monetarily, but certainly with our time, which has money value as far as I'm concerned, to support some other faiths. And so I think it can't be put out at just out of hand quickly that no, we won't ever. I know that we did try to coordinate with through a grant with the Oshawa Senior Center, which offered a lot of these kinds of programs, and the uptake was minimal. But the interest is there. So I do think that this is the kind of thing that needs to be developed. And if they're starting to do this, that's to be commended. But no, it's too big of an ask right out of the gate. I agree with Councillor Nix, or Deputy Mayor, sorry.
Elaine?
Yeah, all very good comments, and I was perplexed by this one as well. But what I just put it on the table that perhaps we could help them with the purchase of a defibrillator, and perhaps we get a better price either through our own procurement process or through the county's procurement process. And I would give them $1,500 to do that, not $5,000, because I looked up online to see, you know, general prices, and I think they'd have to find their own training. And obviously we have firefighters who are trained, and other safety and health organizations that would be able to do the training. But my thought was that in the minimum would be to provide a defibrillator, because it's our residents who are attending that church. And I think it would be prudent to have one of those devices within those halls. So that was my thought.
Any further comments? I had a question about the Shelburne Food Bank. They have requested $5,000, and this is a first. I may have read it too quickly, but I think before we proceed with that, there's two questions that need to be answered. Number one, is this not an organization that isn't asking for county monies? And number two, how many Mono residents are actually being served? Elaine?
So it did say 5% of the residents out of 300 clients, so 15 people. I did a calculation, and I don't know if the Shelburne Food Bank has received money from the county. I know Orangeville Food Bank received a very hefty amount from the county, but that's separate. Even at $100 a week to support one person, that's $5,200. So I was I put my eggs in that basket. So I would give them the full $5,000. I also would not give to the OPP officer, who's doing a great thing, but that's also for food. So rather than dilute the food donation, I would rather put it all in one place. And if I could, hospice asked us for funds. Sadly, the event that they asked us for funds for has passed. However, they do have a June event, and it is at Menorah Park, and it is a hike and butterfly release, and that's on June 11th. So I would support them for that event. So I have a spreadsheet of which I've given people all the money that they, everybody who came forward and asked for, and the grand total is $10,470. So I don't know if you want to know how I spread those monies out or not, but I'd be happy to share when you're ready.
I'd be happy to hear if the rest of council is.
I'd just like to make a comment first.
Yes, go ahead, Ralph.
Yeah, just to follow up on Deputy Mayor Nix's comments. I think it is a slippery slope if we start supporting faith-based groups. No question that they do good work, mainly within their own community. And I'm really reluctant to go along that route. I think that we as a government should stay out of supporting religious organizations. Otherwise, my comments about this, it seems to me that the Shelburne Food Bank, I'm sure they have other monies coming in as well as ours, that we don't need to be considering that we're doing all the funding. But I had put them down for $2,500 in my list.
Okay. Well, let's hear Elaine's suggestions, and then we can work from there.
So starting with the dogs for vets, and there's two asks for vets in a sense, and one is the Legion book and one is the dogs for vets. Now, dogs for vets, it's called Courageous Canines on the report. They're asking for us to place an ad. I don't know what kind of ad we would place, but the minimum, I would give them $395. The multicultural event, I would give them $500. The HFFA map, I would give them $500. As I said, High Country, I would sponsor a defibrillator. Hospice, I would give them the $500 for their hike and butterfly release. Alzheimer's, which is with IG Wealth as well. That's a walk for Alzheimer's. I would give them $500. The Legion book, I would give them $375. Bicentennial, I would consider paying for the insurance and the signage. So that's $1,200. And as I said, the request from the officer, OPP detective, I would not grant that and give $5,000 to the Shelburne Food Bank. So that's for $10,470. Just my thoughts.
Fred Nix?
Yeah, Elaine, I've got a spreadsheet list too, and of course it's different than yours. And but you know what? These are hard things. I'm not going to read it out. The one donate, I would disagree with you on the OPP officer. I would have given money to him because I don't know which food groups he gives. But anyway, let's not debate that. The one I had trouble with is the second one, the multicultural, because when I read their request, all I saw was an email saying, "Can I do a delegation?" So I know they appeared before us last year, and we gave them $250, but there's no actual request here in this package from them this year. All there is an ask to come and do a delegation. So I'm just kind of baffled in a process sense. Why are we giving them? I don't mean to be rude, okay, to them. We haven't heard from them. Why are we giving them money? And on the food bank thing, I would agree with you, Elaine. I think on my list I had them down to, I don't know, look it up. But there is one thing you should be aware of. Whichever food bank we give money to, that's good. But they do have the food banks, Grand Valley, Orangeville, and Shelburne. They have a sharing program. If Orangeville Food Bank gets 20 cases of almost expired yogurt and they can't use it all, they will give some of that to Shelburne, some of that to Grand Valley, and vice versa. So in some sense, we don't have to worry too much about which food bank we give money to. I mean, I guess we do, but they will share. The other thing you should be aware of is not only did they get $50,000, the Orangeville Food Bank, they got $50,000 from the county. And I think, John, correct me if I'm wrong, that's going to be a continuing grant where the county is going to be funding the Orangeville Food Bank now for a while. But the Orangeville Food Bank also just got a grant this week from Orangeville Council of, I think, $25,000. So
Yes, and
they're doing quite well. And goodness knows, I mean, I read Heather Hayes' presentation to Orangeville Council. When you look at the numbers, and I can't remember them, but the number of people going to food banks now, it's just outrageous. So I'm all for giving money to food banks. I don't really care which one. And I just would have said, Elaine, that I would have given it to the OPP officer, but that I'll cease and desist now.
Melinda?
Thank you for all your comments. I was not clear on the food bank. They said that they're not registered, but that they're loosely affiliated with someone. Their letterhead includes the address for Orangeville and them, like as if they are a chapter or a second office of the Orangeville. I read through and was really not clear on that. I said, unfortunate that they won't take eggs anymore, and so that's how they came up with the $5,000 amount to say that that's how many eggs they use. But I'm not clear, and that kind of bothered me. Not that I didn't want to give them any money, but that it isn't clear exactly who they are to me. So to see where all of the funding comes from, if it's shared or not. So those are big questions for me. And I think that the bicentennial, I know that they have a large ask, and it's divided by different things and so on. And so I'm not sure that making a donation to ourselves kind of is a I don't know. It didn't kind of sit right with me. Not that I don't think that we should help them, but I was kind of thinking it was going to be within a different category than that we are donating to a celebration of one of our hamlets. But those are my comments.
Ralph?
I notice on page 70, it says the total ask from the town of Mono for the bicentennial is $3,900. And in our summary statement, it's $2,000. Fred, is there something I'm missing?
They're including the room rent in the $3,900, Ralph.
Beg your pardon?
They are in the $3,900. They've included the rental price for if they had to rent the room, they would have had to pay $1,900. They're only asking for 2,000 in cash, but they're also asking for free rent.
Okay, so have we made an agreement to give the room pro bono?
Not yet.
No, and that will be coming in the next meeting. I believe the Director of Recreation intends on bringing all rental facility requests for funding at the next meeting, and that will include the $1,900 from this group.
That sort of ties in with how much support we give them. I feel that this is a really important community event here. It's a 1 in 200 years. Of one of our original villages, and they're with a very small group. They're going to a lot of effort to put on a really good celebration, and we should support them. Given that we're going to decide on the $1,900 next time, I would be supportive of the full 2,000 this time. And I'm a little bit go back to the faith-based donation. The defibrillator is a great idea, but I think we should stay away from faith-based support completely, and so I would not support anything for the church.
Melinda?
I think the faith-based stuff is tricky and needs a little bit more finessing than, I mean, on the one hand, we are supporting, we have, DEI, and which multicultural, multi-diversity includes religions. We are working hard to be inclusive, and we're inclusive with our time and our flag raisings and things like that, that I don't know why some money, I'm just talking out loud. It's not, I'm not arguing or whatever. I just am thinking that it is a really tricky one in the present climate that we are, to just say we're not going to, because you are faith-based, when it looks like they're offering good programs. And it needs more thought on my part.
Thank you, Fred.
Yes, I was going to ask the clerk a question. He doesn't have enough work on his desk. Is there a possibility, we can't do it, I've already said my piece on what I think about giving money to the church is, but I'm wondering, and I do have doubts, and Melinda, you make some very good points. Do other municipalities, Mr. Simpson, do they have policies on who they will give grants to or won't give grants to? And in particular, is there any examples of municipalities that do have a policy that says, they won't support faith-based groups, or that they will, one way or another? I'm wondering if the town of Mono should have a written policy on this, so we're all clear next year. Here are the types of groups we will give grants to: community, nonprofit, cultural, or whatever. List them out. Here are the groups we will not give grants to. Is there any possibility, Mr. Simpson, that you could do a bit of research on this and come back? No hurry, but before next year, before next spring, and give us some suggestions as to what our policy should be?
I can do that research, Deputy Mayor. Now, we do have a policy ourselves, which, based on the research, perhaps council may amend, because our policy basically says cultural, social well-being are the things that council wants to support through donations. But yes, short answer, yes, I can do research and bring a full report prior to the next year's budgets.
Well, I think the other important aspect should be that any group that crosses boundaries in terms of their clientele should, as a matter of course, reveal, and many do, how many Mono residents are affected. Because I know this is going to come up at the county committee discussion on grants on Thursday. I've noted that a number of organizations are not necessarily county-based, or if they are, they're serving parts of Caledon and parts of Wellington. And the question that I'm going to ask is, to what degree to which are they serving Dufferin residents? So I think the argument equally applies here. Elaine, I have a question for you, and that was that I believe you suggested that the Dufferin County Multicultural Foundation get a $500 grant when in fact they've requested $250. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. So I agree with Fred. It was kind of confusing, but somewhere they asked for a specific amount, and I wanted to understand what their purpose was for this money, but maybe somebody knows that because of the amount they asked for. I think Fred has an answer there.
Fred?
So last year, we had a delegation from the organization to explain what their purpose and goals were. And at that time, they asked council to join as a corporate sponsor, which council did, which was $250. So while not explicitly stated, that was their intent, was for if council wishes to remain a corporate sponsor, the cost is $250.
And that makes sense to me. I'm not certain about giving them more than that. I am very supportive of continuing our association with them. If I could just speak to the issue of the Mono Center Bicentennial celebration, I am very supportive of this. I think anything we do that gets our citizens out in an open air setting, such as we had this weekend, albeit marred by rain, but anything that we get a large number of people engaged, such as this event will, I think is well worth our support. Linda?
To be clear, Mayor, thank you. To be clear, I am full support of it as well. I think it's going to be fantastic. I'm sorry I'm going to be away. What my comment was that, and Elaine has massaged around the 10,000, which is about what we come up with. And my little experience here is that some people come later in the year, and then it's like, oh, we don't have any money and we only do these things and so on. And it was kind of nice that first year that I was on that there was a little money in the budget to help somebody who came along later. So I don't know, and again, I don't have the policy all written that this is something that we do by a certain date, and you're out of luck if you're late. But I kind of was wondering to not spend all of it at once, and that the Mono Bicentennial celebration should be coming out of some other money as opposed to just our donations, because it does seem weird that we're donating to ourselves. That was what I was saying. Not that they shouldn't get the money or, the rental or anything like that. I wasn't going down that road. I was just saying that it's 2,000 out of this particular parcel of money that I was thinking it should be someplace else.
Elaine?
Yeah, so even though I did a spreadsheet and I gave you some numbers, I'm very challenged when we have a tight budget and an increase to our taxpayers to say, let's take $10,000 of taxpayers' money and give it out. I would like to look at our policy around donations for next year. And I would also like us to consider having a citizens committee talk about this, not just council, because these are taxpayer dollars and maybe they don't want us giving anybody any money. So I understand that if we're going to support our own cultural events fully, because everybody who's a taxpayer in Mono benefits from that. In terms of social well-being, maybe we have to be a little more definitive about what that means. And social well-being and social determinants of health are a lot broader than just supporting organizations that do really great things like hospice and Alzheimer's and the Legion and et cetera, et cetera. So I struggle with this, but I'm following the procedure for how we have done business. And yeah, I would be okay with not spending it all, because a lot of donation requests and grants go out all at the same time. So if somebody comes up with another really awesome cultural event for Mono and we have no money left, then we're not really doing what our policy says. So we're not supporting local cultural events. So anyway, I just say that I'm perplexed.
Well, can I make a suggestion? If we leave aside the request from the church, maybe consider Elaine's idea of a defibrillator, as it is a public space, but not to the full amount that they have requested. If we pare back, and my memory escapes me, but the Legion Service Recognition book was only $470 last time. It's now up to $625. If various groups can be held to what they received in prior years, somebody, if they can do the math, are we not in the ballpark of spending somewhat less than what we have in the budget?
Mm-hmm.
Lane, did I see your hand up?
Yes, thank you. So the Legion book, yes, they have asked for $625, but the minimum you can do is $375. So, and again, it's an ad, so I don't really understand what that looks like. What we would put in these publications, it's the same as the Courageous Canines. So I don't know what that looks like. But the minimum is $375, just so you know that's available.
Well, I'm not certain about the merits of that, whereas I am certain about the merits of some of these other things. My challenge is to call on somebody to make a motion and land this in a place where I think ideally we have a little bit left over in the event somebody approaches mid-year. Fred? And then Fred.
The trouble here, Your Worship, I mean, I've got a spreadsheet too, and I could read the numbers out, but that would just muddy the waters because we have another set of numbers. I'm fairly relaxed on who we give the money to, with the exception of the church. I will admit the idea to give them money for a defibrillator, that machine. I could support that, because you're right, it's a public space, and perhaps they should have one. So I'm not going to read you my spreadsheet list. It added to 10,000, but it's just going to muddy the waters if I put that on the floor, Your Worship.
Well, Fred, we need some numbers, so I think that's not muddying the waters, it's making it clearer.
Fred Simpson, you were next, and then Elaine, and then Ralph.
I was just going to suggest if council wants to just go through the list now, we can throw out a few different numbers, and I'll just attempt to keep a running tally, unless I can call on the treasurer, who's better at arithmetic, I think. And then maybe that gets council at least close. And then, they can start playing with those numbers to achieve a target they've got in mind.
I think that's an excellent idea. We just go down the list, and it may sort itself out. Do we even touch on the organizations that have made no request?
No.
Okay. Courageous Canine.
200.
Any support for that? Put your hands up if you support. Elaine, there's 3 supporting that. At what level of support?
Well, at their minimum, the minimum ad is $395. Again, I don't understand if you can give them less money. Like I don't really.
Well, these are
Because-
publications, so that's why they have those set amounts. They're selling ads as their mechanism.
Exactly. But what would we put as an ad? And if we gave them $200, what does that mean?
So, well, we would come up with an ad. For example, in the Legion book, council has made a donation, I believe, for about the last 4, maybe 5 years, perhaps longer. And we've run, an ad in their publication each of those times. So staff basically drafts up an ad.
So I think we just set the amount that we're prepared to give them, and the ad takes care of itself. Melinda, and then Fred.
Well, that's what I was thinking, having been a fundraiser for, you have to give somebody an outline of what you might do with the money, or what you want, what your wish list is to do. We want to buy an AED. And so for you, we'll put your sticker on the AED saying that it was supplied by the town of Mono. Or we're having we have a website, we'll put your logo on there. So I think that an organization should take any amount of money that somebody is willing to give them if they work on the principle of nonprofit donations. So yeah, so it's just to show that we would be there as a supporter. Eh?
So I've heard one figure of $200. Is there support for that? Okay, I think we proceed on that basis. Dufferin County Multicultural Foundation, $250 maintains membership. Is there general support for that? Any desire to go above that? Seeing none. Headwaters Food and Farming Alliance, this is a traditional grant, $500. Is there support for that? There is support for that. High County United Church, 22,100. And I think there's a general consensus that we not get in that, as was described as a slippery slope. Elaine, you had a suggestion?
Right. I think perhaps there's agreement that sponsoring a defibrillator, and I love Melinda's idea about putting a sticker on our supplied by the town of Mono.
Absolutely.
And I came up with that $1,500, but if Mike Dunmore has a better number, not to put you on the spot, Mike, but you may know better than I do what would be a reasonable cost just for the piece of equipment.
Thank you, Councillor Cape. So the last defib that we bought, I believe we were around $1,800. And depending on the location, we ended up buying a Pelican case, which was a heavy duty case for transferring. If it's a stationary location, there's also a box, and I don't know the cost of the box with the alarm, but that would be the starting price of the defib.
And I think the training can be made to take care of itself in as much as we have qualified trainers, whether they be town employees or firefighters.
Just for
So it's
clarification,
suggested.
sorry, Your Worship. Just for clarification, where is this to be located?
The High County Church,
Camilla.
public space. So suggested number?
So the 18 or 15? 15
Elaine, this
we're
was your
contributing?
suggestion? Yeah. 15, I think, gets us naming rights. Can I suggest 15? Elaine? Are you supportive of that, or? Okay, 15. 1,500. Hospice Dufferin, 500. Any issues with that? think that's a go. IG Wealth Management Walk for Alzheimer's. Nothing specified. Is there an amount though? Fred?
Well, last year we gave a good donation to Alzheimer's, the Dufferin Alzheimer's Association. This year they haven't made a request, but the IG, sorry, I have to flip it back up here. The IG Wealth Management Walk is for Alzheimer's. So I would suggest, since we're not giving the Alzheimer's Association any money, that we give the IG Wealth Management Walk $500.
Elaine, you're supportive of that?
Yes,
Any
thank
others?
you. Thank you, Fred. And so just so that's clear, it's for sponsorship. So we would be a silver sponsor for that. And that gives us a certain marketing package. So.
Is there support for that generally? I see support. Law Enforcement Torch Run, no request. Legion Service Recognition Book. The request is $625. They got $470 last year. What is the wish of council? $470? Oh, Elaine? Fred?
$625.
How much?
I think he said 625.
Yeah.
About splitting the different sort of.
Right. So
I'm
yeah, why
reluctant.
don't we say
reluctant.
500?
Yeah.
500?
Fred Simpson, you had your hand up.
And I know council has discussed this. Again, these are ads, so the 625 would be the same size ad as previous. Going down to 375 is an ad. It's just a smaller ad, and that of course keeps it neat and easy because it fits one of their requests.
Okay, I'll go either way.
Any support for 375? Only two of us.
Oh,
Oh, three.
375.
I'm sorry. I was, what are we doing? We went down?
This is we were going back to last year's amount, notwithstanding the inflation going up in terms of the cost of the same space. And I was calling for support for last year's amount. And
Oh,
they
yes.
basically create an ad reflecting that.
Right. I would agree with that. I'm on board.
So that'd be 625 then for the same size. ad.
No, I think we were talking about last year's amount, if I'm not mistaken. Elaine?
Yes, we were. So what Fred alluded or advised us of is 625 is the new 470. And so that's for that same size ad. But for 375, we can still have an ad. And so I would say 375 is the ask.
Jump on.
Or
I
625. Or 625.
Ralph?
I agree. What they're doing is they're giving us a number of ad size options. And if we go in between that ad size, we just sort of throw the money away. I think we should go with, say, smaller ad. That's a 375.
Elaine?
Yes, I totally agree, which is why I went with the minimum ad for the courageous canines. And I know we just said, no, let's just give them $200, but just, we're doing two different things. We're not being consistent. So I just want to point that out.
Well, I imagine that anything that goes towards ad space in these publications is appreciated. And they've got clever layout people who can make it happen. Fred Simpson, you're lit up there, and then Melinda.
I mean, Councillor Capes makes a good point. It's certainly going to make it easier for the recipient if it fits what they've already got planned. They're not going to throw the money away. I have no doubts. but it might make it a little more complex for them.
Linda?
They're, excuse me, thank you. They're fundraising for their organization. So they have padded the number so that they get some of the money and you get a little thing in the book. It's not, right? I mean, so how I think we need to remember that we have a pot and we would like to share it with a number of people. And so I think it's totally up to us to how much, and those are guidelines. So I would either stay with the same amount of money, knowing that everything costs more these days. For them to provide their services, I'm sure costs a little bit more this year than it did last year, but I don't think it could be 470 to 625. So I'm either give the same amount but I'm open if everybody wants to do 375, since that's a number that Fred says they've given us. But they're going to get some of this 375. It's not just going to the book.
Fred Nix, and then Fred Simpson.
Yeah. We were talking about the Legion. I'll go with the 375 too, but to go back to the K9, whichever, we had said $200, but if we want to buy an ad, be careful. It says at the bottom of the thing that applicable taxes are on top of the amount shown. So if we pick one of those ad sizes, we're not actually buying the ad until we pay the taxes on top of that.
Fred Simpson, did you want to? Oh, go ahead, Fred Nix.
Well, that's why I think if Fred Simpson made this point, if we just give them a flat $200, we're not buying an ad, just saying, here's $200 to help your cause. No taxes, nothing, just $200.
Okay. Arguably, we have three possibilities on the available to us. $200. Last year's amount, mindful that we may have to pay taxes on top of it, or the full requested amount. So is there a consensus of council? I'm going to call on $200 supporters to raise their hands.
Is this for K9? Whatever it's called?
No. I'm getting distracted. I'm talking about the Legion. Because we made a decision.
What we talked about was 375, 470, or 625. Yes.
Yes, I'll go for the
Okay,
375. 375.
Is there general support for the 375? It's a go.
May I make one more comment?
Yeah.
Just also for the discussion of the public that are watching, we've been told that we have been a great supporter of the Legion for a number of years. There are new people that come and ask us for money, and so things have to change. And so we can also justify that we want continued support for this awesome organization that provides for our community, but that there are other places too, so that we have to spread the love.
Indeed. Any further discussion of this? Any wish to revisit the K9 decision? Ralph?
Yes, I think good points have been brought up here, and if we want to get recognition, we need to have enough money for an ad size, and the smallest one is 295. Is that Fred? I can't find it here, but is that plus tax? 295 plus tax?
Yes, plus tax.
That's including the tax.
If,
I think that we should give them the 295 so that we get an ad. Otherwise, it sounds like it's just going into an invisible pot.
Your Worship, if I could call on the treasurer just to confirm this. Mr. Haluka, do we not get a portion of that tax back? And as we've included the tax in the Legion, that amount would be enough that we get back to fund the tax on the K9 at the 295 ad size.
Yeah, we do get the majority of the HST back. We do get the HST rebate. So generally we pay about 1.2% taxes, which is a portion of the PST. So at the moment, I wouldn't concern too much about the tax cost.
Okay. So are we sticking with our original decision? Elaine and then
I
Ralph.
think there was a support for 295 for that minimum ad for K9, if that's what Ralph was suggesting, and I agree with that.
Ralph, are you happy with that?
Yes, I am. Should we be adding the HST on that though? Because they have to pay it, we get it back.
Well, at some point, they have a cost of doing business, as do we.
Okay, so they're probably not asking for more than 295. Let's just make it that as the amount.
295. Take it or leave it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does council want to know where we are now before you tackle the last few items?
Sure.
You're at 3920.
Okay.
Good. So the next item is Mono Bicentennial Celebration, a request of 2,000.
2,000.
Melinda?
I'm sorry, my hand was up for the last, now that he's given me the 3920 number. While we've received some information from Mike that estimate of the AED, also known as a defibrillator, next deputy mayor, that was from 2013, which is 10 years ago. So I don't think that they're 5,000. I think that they are more in the 2,000 range, which I've had some communication with Kim, who sent something, because so I'm just putting it out there to say that we would really like, if we've made this decision and we would really like our sticker on it. I just wonder whether maybe to just throw in another, would it be better to have a $2,000 instead of $1,500 on that AED, knowing that the last one was 18 and it was actually 10 years ago.
Can I make a suggestion? It looks to me like we're going to land this below the budgeted amount. And if they come back to us and say it doesn't quite get us there, we'll have the capacity to top it up. Okay. Okay, back to Mono Center. Is there an appetite for their full request?
Yes.
I see there is. And the last item is the Shelburne Food Bank. $5,000. Elaine? Melinda?
Well, if we wanted to have more money holding it back, we could do either $2,000 or $3,000 and not the full $5,000. So I just say that so that we can have more room for those who come to us at a later date, as Melinda suggested.
Fred?
Yeah, the same subject, and it's not that important. I still would support the OPP officer who was going to go for a swim and give to food banks, but I'm easy.
I see that as something that we can do personally, frankly. And I'm advertising that if he approaches, I'm open to support his swim. Melinda?
Thank you, Mayor. Better he. Well, I was kind of going to say, instead of giving the money to IG for the walk, we could always, go and walk too, right? As a council team of walking and see how much money we could get. About the Shelburne Food Bank, my comments from earlier stand that I'm a little bit confused about the actual food bank organization itself. And I am also concerned that there's only, when you did the math, 15 people from our town that are, so I don't know that we need to buy them all their eggs that they need. So I would be on board for less, but I don't know. I'm not firm on exactly how much less. But I would prefer not to give them the whole 5,000 they're asking.
Ralph?
I think in comparison with the rest of the support that we're giving to people, I think that a smaller amount than 5,000 is appropriate. I do like the idea of having a little bit of money left in the bank. I suggest 2,500 for the food bank.
Is there support for that?
Yes, yes.
And that's where it lands, folks. So if we can have a total with an indication of the amount left over.
Okay. So what I've got is a total of 8,420 out of your 10,600 budget, leaving a balance of 2,180.
And for the record, your worship, I've got a spreadsheet that I've been crunching these numbers into, and my total agrees with Fred Simpson.
Okay,
Just checking, Fred. Checking on you.
Elaine?
Well, my spreadsheet doesn't, so I missed something. So 295 for canines. Yes.
Yes,
250 for multicultural.
yes,
500 for HFFA.
yes.
Did we change the high country one, or is it still at 1,500?
1,500.
1,500. Hospice 500. Alzheimer's, well, the
Yes.
walk, IG walk is 500. The Legion book
Yes,
375, or did we go higher?
yes. 375.
375. And then 2,000 for the bicentennial.
Yes,
And 2,500. My 2,500 didn't go in. All right,
yes.
so
It adds to
8,420.
1820.
And that
Yes.
leaves us 2,180 left over. Gotcha. That's great. Thank you.
Ralph?
So is my understanding that we're going with a soft number for the AED, given that we don't have an exact price?
Well, theoretically, yes. I mean, anyone can come back to us and ask for more, and we'll consider those, as appropriate, I would presume.
I just looked up the Zoll, ZOLL, which is a prominent defibrillator. The one I have here actually is selling for $2,000, and that's a portable. That's probably the cheapest one, and the others are selling for about $2,900.
Well, and we also don't know whether or not there are other funding sources available for this, or who else they're asking for support. I'd be in favor of staying with the 1,500 and seeing what their reaction is to that. Mindful that we have some left over to top it up, but at least we're topping it up to a specific number as opposed to assuming an amount. So are we good with that? Yeah, Melinda?
Just another thought. I mean, maybe as a faith-based community center, maybe there's a different discount than what we can look up on the Google,
Well, and they can also approach the county or municipality about our buying groups and opportunities to economize on a price. Okay, so I have a motion that we approve the donations as previously described. I think we all understand what they are. Does anyone wish that we go through them one more time? I think we've pretty much exhausted that. So who's prepared to be a mover on that? Deputy Mayor Nix, seconded by Elaine Capes. Any further discussion? Any opposed to the list as determined? And that motion then carries. I'm going to suggest a 15-minute break now. I find these this sausage making, as they call it, to be quite tiring. So if we can break for 15 minutes and then come back. Fred Simpson, do we have a time for any in-camera involving council?
Yeah, roughly 10 o'clock, Your Worship.
Your worship.
Roughly 10.
Sorry,
So
Fred.
yeah.
I've been communicating with David and Jeff because they're on for two different matters. I have pushed them back to 10:30, but if you feel necessary, I could probably push them back to 11, and that way they're not interrupting. So, but your call.
No, but why don't we deal with them at 10:30? I think that would be And then we
Okay.
do have other in-camera matters that we need to address as well. So I see that it's now 10:10. We'll come back in 15 minutes.
Thank you.
We are back live.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. The next item on the agenda are the Mono Center Tennis Courts project RFP results. Kim?
Morning, Council. I've put a report in front of you with a background on it, basically giving you the history of this project thus far, where we started way back in 2019 with the ask from the tennis club for support in the creation of 2 additional accessible tennis courts out at Mono Center. Without recognizing the time constraint that we're under here slightly, I won't go into all of that detail, but I will let you know the results of the tennis court RFP has now been received. And my one reminder for council is that when this budget was estimated, it was pre-COVID. So the grant was applied for prior to COVID, with numbers reflecting prices at that time. So when we received the grant submissions, we were not surprised that they were over and above what we had anticipated back in 2019, the cost of these courts and related infrastructure. What we did do when we wrote the RFP was just for clarity purposes is to let council know that we had a number of provisional items in the RFP, which is what we referred to as kind of like our wish list, that if in the case that by any chance we had extra monies, these are things that we would like to include in the project as economies of scale. Again, because of the prices that came in for the required items, all provisional items have been now removed from the tender amount. So in a nutshell, we had $517,000 budgeted for the project. The tender amount that came in with the provisional items removed was $733,306. So we were approximately 42% above budget. Recognizing that the difference was still quite considerable, there was some challenges there as far as where the additional 200 and change was going to come from, 200,000 and change. So I sat down with the engineers and we put our heads together, looked at the prices for all items as they came in. And what became evident to us was a possible solution was to remove the lighting for the new tennis courts from the project at this time, with the thought that the lighting would be installed eventually in 2-3 years down the line. But in order for this project to go forward, this was an option to put forward. So by removing the lighting from the courts, we were saving approximately $146,500 plus HST from the project. In addition to that, we also found another $9,000 for the removal of a line of cedar trees that have to come out for the installation of the new courts. And we realized that town staff would be able to look after the removal of these trees. So again, we're saving another $9,000. We then went to the tennis club to talk to them about this option, and recognizing again that this was probably one of the only options in order to move forward with the project. The tennis club was in agreement, knowing that we would be reconsidering adding lighting to the courts in future years. So a conduit will be installed with the present infrastructure in order to look at that possibility a few years down the road. We then went to the contractor, the bid that came in, and he was in agreement for removing these items from the tender without there being any monetary challenge to us because of that. So when all is said and done, we were able to get the New price down to $577,820 plus HST. And again, this is reflective of no lighting on the courts except for a conduit, as well as the town removing the cedar trees. So when I add HST into that, we're looking at $652,936.60. The difference in the amount of approximately $60,800 I have confirmed with our treasurer can be received from Parks and Lieu. So you council would need to do a amendment in order for those monies to be transferred over. So you have in front of you, council, two recommendations. One is that we go forward with the bid price from Cambian Site Contracting for this tender. Again, this is a contractor that the writer, I'm not familiar with them. However, our engineers did check all of their references, and they certainly did get a positive reference from all communities that were asked for one. And the second recommendation put forward is that we do transfer the monies of $60,820 from Parks and Lieu to cover the cost of the balance of the RFP. So I'm open for questions.
Ralph.
Thank you, Kim. Looks like you've been quite inventive. Could we have an explanation, possibly from Les, what about Parks and Lieu, so that we're all on the same page and understand when that money can be used and what's this all about?
Of course, Councillor. Parks and Lieu is a collection that we do on lot development, and it can be used for any kind of park development. So if we have the land, we could enhance a park with Parks and Lieu funding. So this particular project would qualify for that.
Thank you. Thank you. My second question, Your Honor.
Mhm.
There are two big items there, the provisional expenses and the other one, I've just forgotten the name of it now, which was 50,000. Could you tell us what these items that were taken off of the purchase list, what they were, Kim?
Certainly, the provisional items included things such as resurfacing the present courts that are there. They're due to be resurfaced at this time. So we thought, since we were having a contractor in to put new courts in, that at the same time he could come in and also, for economy of scale, do the resurfacing of the present tennis courts, because they are coming up. They are due this year actually for resurfacing. So that was one of the items that was in a provisional. Another item in provisional was to replace all of the present fencing around the courts. So the project right now includes new fencing around the new courts. However, the existing fencing that we see out there, the provisional, the wish list item was that fencing, which has been there now. Point now, those provisional items have been removed from the tender package.
And the contingency items?
I'm sorry, contingency items, $50,000 was is an amount that is normally put into contracts in the event of unforeseen expenses that we were not thinking of. So in other words, if they start digging down and find that there's something under the surface that we haven't accounted for, that's very unexpected, and maybe there's some additional costs, perhaps, you know, the cost of the trees are a little bit more than what we've anticipated. Just these are unanticipated costs. Maybe our Director of Public Works has a better explanation for them, but that's how I've always looked at it. So always giving yourself a little bit of a cushion in case of emergency when you're doing construction projects of this nature. So we've completely removed that. So in other words, we can't have any unforeseen expenses come forward for this project.
Got it.
So I haven't put a motion on the floor because we do have a 10:30 in camera that has been scheduled. I know there's questions. Is it agreeable that we pause at this point, do our in camera, and then return to this, and then put the two motions on the floor that have been prepared? Are we in agreement on that? Excellent. So, interrupting that train of thought, I have a motion that council move into a closed meeting pursuant to section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended at 10:35 a.m. for normal farm practices protection board hearing 833231 fourth line, section 239 subsection 2 subsection E, litigation or potential litigation including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. Second item, Greenwood Aggregates Development Agreement, section 239 subsection 2 subsection F, advice that is subject to solicitor client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Final matter committee applications, section 239 subsection 2 subsection B, personnel matters affecting an individual who is identifiable. Do I have a motion approval? Elaine Capes, seconded by Fred Nix. All those opposed? I see no one opposed. So if we can go in camera, Andrew, if you can turn out the lights.
Just want to say thank you,
Okay.
everyone.
We're back live.
Thank you. I have a motion that we rise from an in-camera session at 12:51 PM, and the council accepts the advice from the town solicitor and directs the town staff and town solicitor to proceed accordingly. Do I need to amend that beyond that wording, Mr. Simpson?
I would recommend, your worship, that in the second phrase, you alter that to read, accept the report and advice of the town solicitor.
So amended? Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Davey, and seconded by Deputy Mayor Nix. Any opposed? That motion is carried. Is it the wish of council to take a brief break now before we go back to our regular meeting? Why don't we take 10 minutes? 10 minutes. We'll come back. Let's say we come back at 1 o'clock. That's 8 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
We are back live.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And we're back on the agenda on the tennis court item. Does anyone have any questions for Kim on her report? Melinda?
Thanks
And then
very much.
Elaine?
Thanks very much, Mayor. Kim, great report. Great way to figure out how to make this go ahead. I have a concern though, you know, like I always concern about the reserves and everything when we talk about the budget and so on. So the lights are going to have to be done. And so we need to put money aside for that. And I understand that this is your way of solving it. But what about these? I mean, go in without a contingency. That's scary. And then the other thing, the fencing and the resurfacing. Now, so when you said, you know, it's due to be resurfaced now, this is a lot of money, right? It ended up being 140, well, I'm remembering from before in camera, 146,000 or something was the provisional number. What's your plan?
So a couple of things there. Resurfacing of the courts, which we've done a few times now in the past, because courts are resurfaced about approximately every 10 years. The last time 10 years ago when we resurfaced Moto Center courts, the price was just shy of $20,000. So off the top of my head, it's 10 years later, COVID's happened, all of that good stuff. I would say that when we go to get a price for resurfacing of the courts, we'd be looking at probably in the $28,000 to $30,000 range for the resurfacing of courts. So that is something that we would split 50% with the Mono Tennis Club. That's the agreement that we have with that group. Okay, so the town's portion, so say it's $28,000, the town's portion would be $14,000 of that bill. Say we did it next year in 2024. The same thing goes with the lighting, the capital infrastructure. What my suggestion would be that perhaps next year for budget year 24-25, I get a verbal quote from our local electrician as to what he would suggest we would put in the budget for possible LED lighting on the new courts. And at that time, I would bring it to council for, you know, either the 24 or 25 budget and say, this is what it is. And maybe at that time, say whatever the amount is, again, it would be split with the tennis club, 50%. That's our normal thing for infrastructure. And we may say, you know what, it's going to take 5 years of saving money to get to that point. So this is not something that, you know, the towns, or I'm going to be coming to council in the next budget to ask you for $150,000 to put towards new lighting next year. No, there would have to be a plan put in place to look at, you know, when this could maybe happen.
Ralph and then Elaine.
Thanks, Kim. When is it financially advantageous to do the lighting and do all that work at this time? Or in other words, will it cost us more than when we eventually get around to it, and if we do it in 2 stages?
I think if we were to hold off on the lighting, that we wouldn't necessarily feel any financial repercussions for holding off on it at this time.
Okay.
Well, I suspect the important thing is that we get the conduits in.
Correct.
Any other questions of Kim? Elaine?
So thank you, Kim. And I'm sure everybody's anxious to get going on this. A couple of times you have mentioned that investment is 50-50 shared with the tennis club. and I'm not sure where this fits, but in August of 2021, Mono entered into an agreement to grant a loan to the tennis club for their portion to secure this grant. And so where is that loan now? And does that loan amount change because this budget has changed, or is there no crossover? Yeah, thank you.
So you're correct. We did enter into a agreement with the tennis club. That was one of the conditions of our transfer payment agreement with the grant people, that we needed to have a separate agreement with the tennis club. At that time, they did not have the amount of money. There's 68,000. So we went into an agreement that we would loan it to them, and which is not uncommon. We've done it in the past with other sports organizations that we're affiliated with. So this wasn't anything uncommon. As far as the balance of 60,800, I did not put that into asking the tennis club for 50% of that, strictly because I felt that it was going to be challenging for them to be able to commit to another $30,000, 30,000 and plus, towards the 60. Well, we're down to 63,000 that they owe us at this point. And second, when the treasurer said that we had the money in parks in lieu, that I felt it was more of an answer to the grant people, because when they ask us whether or not, if we have the financial capability, if the project goes over, this is one of the questions on the grant, that we'll still be able to go ahead with the project. I've ticked off yes, not thinking we were going to be 200,000 and change over, but saying yes, that knowing that we did have parks in lieu money. So that was the reason why I went forward under that route without going to the tennis club to ask them for additional monies.
Any other questions? Okay, I have a motion that the council for the town of Mono accept the bid price of $577,820 plus HST, totaling $652,936.60, as submitted by Cambium Site Contracting Inc. for the construction of 2 tennis courts and related infrastructure at Mono Center Park. Do I have a mover to that motion? Councillor Magdalow moves, seconded by Councillor Davey. Any opposed? And that motion is carried. Next item up is the Greenwood Aggregates Development Agreement.
I'm sorry, excuse me, Mayor Krillman.
Sorry.
There was a second recommendation put forward with the having to transfer the funds over.
My apologies. And I do have a motion on that we approve the transfer of $60,820 from the Parks in lieu reserve to increase the budget of $517,000 to $577,820 plus HST for the construction of 2 tennis courts at Mono Center Park. Do I have a mover for that motion? Deputy Mayor Nix, seconded by Councillor Magdalow. Any discussion? Any opposed? And that motion is carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kim. Next item on the agenda is a matter pertaining to Greenwood Aggregates Development Agreement, and it is a bylaw. And I'm just going to reopen this to further discussion. Is it the wish of council that I simply read the motion, then we can have any further discussion? Okay, so I'm going to read the motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw authorizing the town of Mono to enter into a development agreement and haul route agreement with Greenwood substantially in the form as attached as Schedule A and B to the bylaw respectively, and that it be signed by the mayor and the clerk of the town of Mono, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Do I have a mover? Deputy Mayor Nix moves, seconded by Elaine Capes. Discussion, further discussion? Deputy Mayor?
If it's possible for the record to note that I will be voting for this motion somewhat reluctantly.
And I agree totally with that, and I suspect other members of council will join you in your sentiment. Elaine Capes and then Councillor Davey.
Yeah, I will make the same statement, as I understand that it would cause us hardship not to proceed with this development agreement. So reluctantly, I will vote in favor of it.
Fred Simpson,
So,
you're going to tell us we can't do this?
well, I was going to ask, was that a formal request for a recorded vote, or just to put note or comment?
I think
You know, using those
note,
words
comment,
specifically,
and
minutes do not
Dufferin
include
on
note
the
or
record.
comment.
Well, I think to let the general public know that we don't do this lightly. We're not just, I mean, it's not, yeah, we're not doing this lightly.
Well, and given the nature of the tribunal decision and the fact that they have chosen to proceed this way in a rather unorthodox fashion, especially without getting MTO clearly on the record as to what they believe the necessary upgrades will be to Highway 89 prior to us entering into this agreement, I think we can legitimately say that we are all in a position of reluctance and discomfort in actually voting on this. Belinda, did you have your hand up?
Thank you, Mayor. I did, and of course, I echo everybody's comments. And it's awkward knowing that the public is extremely interested in this, and that we've spent a great deal of time this morning receiving legal counsel. So, you know, in a closed meeting where lots was said, and so can't be shared with the public. The real sentiment of wanting to share with the public that we want to make this new business venture in Mono be the best it can be for our residents. But at the same time, I would also like to make a comment that I'm not happy with having a new pit down the road from where I live or anywhere in Mono, but we have one, in which case this is going to be a new business owner in our town. And so I would like to have it known that to continue to have an open dialogue, and if there are any complaints, and if there are any, you know, changes and suggestions as we go forward, what we talked about, the speed limits and things like that, that this all happens in everybody's interest and cooperatively and happily. So that's kind of an add-on that, no, yes, of course, I'll vote for it, because we really, our hands are tied, but that this is actually, all things considered, a very good outcome for the close neighbors of this new business in Mono.
Thank you. Any other comments of council? Ralph, did you have anything that you wanted to put on the record?
Oh, I'm very upset with this whole development, and you know that from the other times I've been on council, but this is the best, seems to be, this is a time when it's best to play with the devil rather than exclude him. So I think that we have to go ahead with this.
Yeah. If there's no further debate, call a question. Any opposed? And that motion is carried with reluctance of the entire council unanimously. Schedule A. I have a motion that we accept Schedule A to this agenda. Do I have a mover? Oh, Fred Simpson?
Sorry to interrupt, Your Worship. I just want to confirm you'll go back to the committee appointments then after dealing with Schedule A?
Yes, at the very end. Let's do it. Let's do it after Schedule A. Under sort of new business, as it were. New business. Schedule A. Any questions, comments about content of Schedule A? Elaine?
Thank you. So just on the accounts, appreciate this is a short period of time and we've got actuals to budget. So thank you, Les. I did just want to understand when I look at the period of expenditures from April 6th to 19th, just to try and understand developer accounts and liabilities and what could that be made up of?
For that amount, there's basically two large amounts. So approximately $70,000 we accrued to water billing from Orangeville. So that's part of the 112,000, and 32,000 is for the development. I might need help with Dave. That was the legal bill that was outstanding for the development. I can't recall the name of that. Approximately 31,000. So
It's
that's
for one of our
approximately-
development accounts,
Yeah.
Councilor Capes. So developer accounts, we when we have a engineering bill or a legal bill, we pay those first. They get set up as a development account and liability, and I guess once they're paid, Les would remove them from that.
And just to let council know, we did get paid for that account.
Correct.
Okay, and then administration, is that salaries or is that other things or is it a combination of?
It's pretty well the entire cost of running the office. It does not include salaries. There's a separate line on the accounts that says salaries for a specific period, but it would include like maintenance charges, hydro, internet costs, those kind of things.
Okay, thank you. And then policing. Now, do they charge us this on a
It's a monthly billing from the OPP, yes.
monthly? Okay, thank you very much. And then transportation. This is all the good work that Mike's done on the roads to make them nice for us now?
Mike's crew, yes, just to clarify.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that would include any cost of some graveling for patching and that. It doesn't, well, I guess there's a separate cost for vehicle fuel, but yes, all the materials that are used for not just the roads, but there's things like ditching, bridges, that kind of thing.
All right, and then waste, where am I? Waterworks. Just so I understand what that is.
Obviously there is cost running the water system. Waterwork costs include, we do get monthly billing for hydro for wells and reservoirs. We do get billing from Bell for the internet and telephone. That's there. We do have a contractor that assists us in running like for the SCADA system, and also would include Burnside invoices.
Okay, awesome. And then last but not least, Parks and Rec. Anything special there, or is that?
Again, ongoing costs of the facilities like Menora Park, various parks, trails, Mono Center, and it would also include some costs of some of Kim's capital projects,
Okay.
like the ongoing on Lake Park.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Les.
No problem.
Thank you. Anything else on Schedule A? Any objections to adopting Schedule A? Melinda?
I just I said at the last meeting too, just a little disappointed at Minister Clark's correspondence to us that, you know, we're not idiots. We can read the whole thing, and you've just cherry picked how great you are.
Councillor Capes?
Oh, boy. Sorry, last one more question I forgot. On the variance report under road vehicles, there's a $36,000 variance there, and I just wondered if you can enlighten us to what that is.
I actually expected that to come up first.
Right, yeah.
Basically, that is the cost of our fuel. That is beyond, like, our current cost where we are at the end of March is beyond where we had originally estimated to be at the end of March. Fuel was decreasing in price when we were setting our budget, but I think recently fuel's starting to creep up and it's showing the effects of it. We ran into the very same problem more into the year last year when fuel prices were rising. So, I mean, we will monitor it, and then as costs go up, we'll have to, I guess, cut something else out along the way.
Okay, thank you.
Any other items under Schedule A? So any opposed to adoption of Schedule A? Okay, just before we go to reports of members of council, I'm going to return to motions, just as I probably should have before we did Schedule A. I do have a motion for council consideration that Matthew Silton's appointment to the Planning, Environment and Natural Heritage Committee be revoked. Do I have a mover for that motion? Elaine Cape, seconded by Deputy Mayor Nix. Any discussion? Any opposed? And that motion is carried.
Mayor Honor, I think you got
Yes.
I think you're a little off on the name. It's Stoughton, I believe.
Stoughton, pardon me.
Thank you.
Linda?
Also, thank you very much, Mayor. Just a comment, since we've had a great deal of discussion and so on, and just to keep the public up that, you know, our committees do great work, and we are going to have to reassess our policies with respect to being that the committees hopefully will be of people who are in Mono, and that contributing to the committees, and that there be some uniformity. But we're going to look at that coming up soon. That's what's come out of all of this, is that it's going to be reassessed for the public to be able to be involved in following along with that.
Indeed, and that puts our decision into some context, I think. Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, reports of members of council and staff. Shall I start with staff? Elaine Capes.
Sorry, so before we finish with the committee appointment bylaw, the Heritage Committee would like to request, because there is no staff assigned as the secretary, that we increase the honorarium to the secretary to $65. So I will put that forward as a motion, if you like.
Sure.
I'll second that.
Is there a seconder?
Oh,
Okay.
Fred Simpson.
okay, Fred?
I was just going to say, if council wants to just provide direction, I'll include that in the bylaw when I bring it back next week. But you also have the option of passing a motion, which will also have it included in the bylaw.
Okay, let's consider it a motion. Any opposed? That motion is carried. So
Thank
to
you.
be clear, we're coming back to the next meeting with a full bylaw and fleshing out the membership as well. Is that correct, Mr. Simpson?
That is correct, Your Worship.
Thank you. I've lost my page here. So we have reports of staff. Who would like to go first? Mark?
Your worship, member of councils. I don't know if you've got wind of requirements for preparation of a community risk assessment. This is very similar to the simplified risk assessments that were done in the past. Mono last completed theirs in January of 2017. It's fairly recent. So we will be updating ours and doing it in-house. There is talk of some of the communities, including Orangeville, are looking at preparing an RFP to hire a consultant to do this work. Just to preempt any concerns you might have if you do hear it, we are going to do our own in-house and not participate in the RFP that's going to be let, in case that comes up at any of your fire boards. And that's my only report. Thank you.
Terrific. Any other staff? Mike?
Just an update for council regarding the roof and the opening of the town hall. So we got half the roof off today, and they're starting to put it back on. And I should have better information by Monday with respect to the opportunities for opening the office. We're taking advantage of this time to replace the office LED lighting that council approved in 2022, I believe it was. So we're the office is a little bit ripped apart today. It's all good. Just an update for council on street sweeping. We've run into some contractor issues. We're dealing with it. We will be posting notices to our urban residents and all of our residents. But we're dealing with our, there is a small delayed start right now, but we are dealing with it internally. And we hope to have some movement in the coming weeks with respect to it. Thank you.
Any other staff? Dave?
Thank you, Mayor Crowman. Just briefly to let everyone know, we did have our April 20th meeting with Plan Committee for the Aragon proposal over by Watermark. It went very well. It was pretty much a full house. We took comments and questions from the audience. They're going to be summarized and formatted into a chart that will accompany the agency technical requirements chart that will accompany my report back to Council for May 23rd statutory public meeting. And everyone there was made aware that that is the stat meeting date, and to make sure they have their follow-up written comments for that date submitted to the planning department. So that message was come across well. And there was a recommendation by Plan Committee, which is essentially a status quo recommendation. It will be also included in my report for May 23rd. Those minutes will come forward as well for the next Plan Committee meeting for their approval. I'll probably put some summary to that effect, though, in my report as well. And then also there is, of course, the infamous Bill 97. The letter from Minister Clark was attached to today's agenda. So, you know, talk about rolling big stones up hills. That one will be a fulsome report as well. Other than that, we have a number of ongoing committee of adjustment applications, FYI, some site plan matters as well to wrap up, FYI. And I would say that's a good summary for me. Thank you.
David, I understand that the committee recommended that the statutory public meeting occur in the evening as opposed to the daytime. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe they've made, the committee made that or would pursue that request through our good clerk. I haven't touched that subject. That's his purview to deal with.
What is the view of council?
You know, come what may, if it's in the morning or afternoon, that's fine by me, but I will defer to council's decision on that one. No worries.
Councillor Capes, and then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Just a question of process. So in the committee meetings, there are motions that are passed that are recommendations or resolutions to take to council. When do those come to council? Because I don't see them forming part of the minutes. They are documented in the meeting as a motion or a resolution, and they are passed by the committee. And I would like to see those come directly to council at the next council meeting, but I don't know what the process is. So I would like to know what that looks like. Thank you.
Mark?
And now,
Normally-
committee, of course, Committee of Adjustments makes decisions, but for the rest, for the one I'm dealing with, of course, Planning Committee, we can bring it forward as an item on the following agenda. Sorry, Mike, go ahead.
I was going to say, normally we would bring them forward when the minutes are approved by the committee. And if not, get a pre-approval at least of the conditions to come forward to, or the recommendations to come forward to council, which we'll do in this instance because the meeting just took place, obviously, after the council agenda was prepared. So I would expect you would see Planning Committee's recommendation at least on the next agenda, or the resolution of advice to council. And then it would come forward again at the following meeting when you're actually dealing with that proposal.
I guess the issue here is that the request to do a nighttime meeting as opposed to a daytime meeting has some sense of urgency from an advertising standpoint and making the public aware that we're departing from our daytime meeting schedule.
And
So
I wasn't
think
even
we
aware of
need-
that request, Your Worship. So
Yeah, I was aware of it, and I think I think we need to make a decision in as much as giving everyone a heads up that that's the way we're going. And when we dealt with the request to go to daytime meetings for a period of, I believe, of 1 year, there was an exception for meetings of, significant import to residents of the town. Fred Simpson?
Yeah, I agree with you, Your Worship, and it was in my staff report was going to ask council for direction on that, on that recommendation.
Thank you. Elaine, and then Fred?
Would we necessarily have to have it inside the council meeting? Can we have a public statutory meeting in the evening just on that topic and hold the regular council meeting in the morning like we usually do? Like, does it have to be in the same time frame? That would be my question.
Technically, no. They can be separate meetings as far as the technicalities of it. Resources might be resource heavy, but it could be done.
Okay. Fred, then Ralph.
I was going to make the recommendation that we do hold the meeting on May 23rd in the evening. That was before I heard Elaine's comment, but I think we should hold at least a part of the meeting, if not all of the meeting, in the evening of the May 23rd.
I've also asked Fred, just so council is aware, to deflect and rearrange most council items for that 23rd, either come forward on May 9th or at the meeting afterwards, so that it is a light agenda other than this matter, to the point where we can control that.
Thank you. Ralph?
I just want to give you notice that I will not be able to attend that meeting. I do think it's a good idea to have it in the evening, but I booked a flight out of Pearson at 10 to 5 in the evening because of the assumption we were having a morning meeting. So I will not be able to attend, although I'm very interested in this proposal.
Thank you. Melinda?
Yeah, I have to say that I have a standing Tuesday evening thing, so my question then becomes, if we were to separate the business for the morning, and as opposed to pushing it off to make other meetings bigger or smaller or whatever, and you do the regular and have this as an extra special meeting, the intention is that the quorum is okay, I mean, I can change what I've got organized, but I would prefer not to. So, right, so that we could still have a council meeting on Tuesday and have business done, that Ralph can attend, because that was the understanding, that we were going to do business on Tuesday mornings or Tuesdays, and then have this meeting in the evening. It couldn't go ahead without all the council members there, correct?
Well, the question for Fred Simpson is, can we have a statutory public meeting as a quote special meeting on a different day in the evening to accommodate members of council? And can we do it in such a fashion that we can advertise the change?
So to the first question, absolutely, Your Worship. We can have a special council meeting with the subject being the statutory public. At the moment, we don't have any other business for that meeting, but it's a month away. So, you know, something could come up.
But I'm concerned that we have two members of council who would be inconvenienced by the change of daytime to nighttime.
And it also runs the risk that you just need one other councillor who's ill or something, and then you don't have quorum.
You're out of business. Yeah. Can we agree to Ralph?
I'm just wondering, to throw it out there, if the previous day, the Monday evening, would be suitable for the statutory public meeting.
I believe it's the long weekend, so.
Yeah.
The Monday is a holiday. But does it have to be that week? Can it be later in the week? Can it be the next week? Like, does it have to be that specific 23rd if we give people enough notice of the change, or is that booked with too many people?
David?
I just wanted to say that those two dates were ironed out with the applicant with sufficient go forward room, with the expectation they would be held per the schedule as crafted. And we've noted it, so as much as we can, to people that the next statutory public meeting will be on May 23rd. So I would try to want to avoid creating confusion for folks with that date, if at all possible.
David, I think our
So if
deference
council
goes
decides
to
to change the date, then we change the date, time included. True enough, no, but I mean, I've also made it known to the residents that this would be the upcoming statutory public meeting date. I mean, there will be a sign posted. If it's a different date, it's a different date. But that's sort of been the forecasted date at this point in time.
Linda?
Yeah, I mean, push comes to shove, I can change what I'm doing. But the issue of, the public statutory meeting, there were a lot of people that were aware that this was on the agenda, because of course we send the agenda out publicly to everybody of all of our committee meetings, right? So there was a lot of people that were there already. And it was during the meeting, which I watched, it was brought up that they were going to make a recommendation that we have it in the evening. But if Mr. Trotman's already been on, I remember you had a change in this because there was some other issue, right? That there were, I forget what it was, but there was something that you to make that this was the day, and normally knowing that our council meetings are at 9, and then even to change it to the evening. Why do we have to have it in the evening on that day? Why can't we have it during the day with all this notice for people? Since there already has been a great public input into the committee meeting.
Councillor Capes?
I think in all fairness to the public, that we might be inconvenienced, I think, is a moot point. I think the citizens asked if they could have this in the evening because people work during the day and they cannot attend. So if this is a public statutory meeting, then my preference would be to hold it in the most available hours for most public, which I believe is in the evening. And so that I would feel that we were doing a bit of a disservice if we just stuck to our guns and said, no, our meetings are at 9 o'clock and that's the end of it. I think we need to be flexible. And as the mayor did remind us, we said we would move meetings to the daytime and consider if something had to be in the evening for some special reason. And I believe this is one of those cases. So I'd be really reluctant to not hold this in the evening.
So, Fred?
So, Councillor Manctillo, if this were held on Wednesday or Thursday evening, would you be available to attend remotely? Mic's off, sir. There. Yeah. Your mic is off, Councillor Manctillo.
Thank you for the suggestion, Fred. No, I've scheduled 3 weeks away. It's at one of those months where you have 3 weeks between committee council meetings. So I'm going to be away as of that evening, the 23rd, and be away for 3 weeks. If it was to be rescheduled, it would have to, and I would be able to go attend. It would have to be the week before.
But I think, Ralph, the question is, can you attend remotely from where you are?
Well, not on the 23rd. I'll be on a plane.
Okay. But I think what Fred was asking was if it was Wednesday or Thursday.
I should be able to. Yes, I think so.
Okay. Does that strike people as a reasonable compromise? Elaine?
Thank you. And I hope so. And I yes, we did advertise May 23rd out to people, but if we get it out fast and soon enough and everywhere, we can say to accommodate the request for an evening meeting, this meeting has to be held on this date. So I think that's fair.
Can I just get a
Fred?
point of clarification on the Thursday or Friday? Is that the 24th?
Wednesday or
5th?
Thursday. It was Wednesday or Thursday was the
24th.
suggestion.
Or
Mike,
25th.
Mike and I are both gone on the 24th. I can do the 25th though.
Oh, okay. Fred Nix?
In fairness to the applicant, don't we have to let David check about their availability for any change in the date? I'm just worried that we're going to set a date here and David's going to make a phone call and the applicant's going to say, oh, we're tied up with another meeting that day. Then what happens?
I think if it's after the 23rd, that provides a bit more wiggle room. If it's before, that could be a problem. And the other thing too is the 17th, 18th, and 19th are out, as far as I recall, for a matter with Jeff Wilker. Mark, I'll say that much.
Melinda?
How about offering the applicant the choice of the Thursday or the Friday? Friday would be a great day for people who work. Everybody's free on a Friday. But to give him as opposed to us setting a date and then that not working or whatever, to give him a choice of dates, if you're concerned about his availability. Well, he has to be available. He has to be there, right?
I would say Fridays are probably not a good idea, but
Well, we can always ask, we can always promote Thursday and fall back to Friday if absolutely necessary.
Thursday might be fine. I mean, there were a few folks at the meeting on April 20th who really were adamant about having an evening meeting. Not everybody, but I mean, in all fairness, I appreciate that most people are probably working during the day. But the 25th, if might be an alternate date at 7 p.m., I suppose.
So, council, if we were to approach the applicant for May 25th at 7 p.m. and he was amenable, is it okay to then just book that and move forward?
I'd say so.
And failing that, we'll pass on to council some other possible dates and then see when we can set something.
Okay. And just be mindful, I think there were some 60 people in attendance, Dave, if I'm not mistaken. And many of those
No.
people will still want to come out and make their views known to us, even though they've already had their opportunity to speak to the committee. So I think it is important that we look at this as a nighttime exception to our current rule.
So just to be crystal clear, Thursday, May 25th at 7 p.m. is the new target date.
Yes, unless I hear any objections. Thank you. So, any other members of staff before I go on to council? Yes, Dave.
I just have one point of clarification, and it's not too critical. We may also be able to move the date, but generally the last Thursday is for committee of adjustment. I will speak to the chair, though, to see if we defer to June or if we can figure another date out for that. It would be 1 or 2 applications at most anyway. That would usually be that. I'm just looking at my calendar, going into the detailed notes here, and that would be on the 25th, but nothing's been set in stone for committee of adjustment at this time. So I can probably work with the chair there to defer that to another date, if not the following fourth Thursday of June. Just an FYI.
Okay. Thank you. Kim?
Just very quickly letting council know that we collected 550 pounds of garbage on Saturday at Make Mono Shine, even though the weather was not in our favor. So I wanted to send a huge thank you out to all those who participated as volunteers for the event, who were there in the rain. And I also wanted to especially thank all of those people who went out and fought Mother Nature's elements and did pick up garbage and brought it into us on Saturday as well. Really appreciate the community support and spirit in the name of that day. So thank you so much to everyone involved, and don't want to forget the sponsors that we had for that event as well, and the great prizes that they donated to help people be enticed to pick up garbage. But I'm sure the enticement was all about Earth Day anyways. The next thing is to let you know onwards and upwards to the next event planned by the Recreation Advisory Committee, and that's a new event this year called Mono Melodies. You'll see on our social media in the next few days a flyer or a broadcast out to all aspiring musicians to send us in a short 1 to 2 minute video of their talent. And the RAC committee will be reviewing those at their next meeting in June. And we've got 2 dates set, being July 23rd and August 20th from 2 to 4 p.m. Sunday afternoons at Menorah Park for people to come and be able to listen to these aspiring musicians and enjoy their talent. So just giving you the heads up if you see or hear anything about that. And last but not least, we've had the pre-construction meeting last week for the pickleball courts out at Mono College. Pleased to let you know, met with court contractors, and they've moved their start date up from June 15th to the first week of June, and they intend to be finished the courts by the end of August, weather permitting, that we get a good summer, good construction summer. So that's exciting to think that we're still going to be able to use the pickleball courts this year for the fall season.
Thank you. Any questions of Kim? Fred?
I was just going to say, Kim, you had more pounds than that, because I had some lovely pictures from a family who cleaned up a road and got there, I guess, after the event was closed. So they put their garbage in the dumpster somehow.
That's great. Well, it's 550 plus pounds that are no longer on the roads or in our parks or trails. So it's great.
Yeah. And a big thank you for everyone who participated and it was, in my view, a success, notwithstanding the weather. Mark.
Your worship, my apologies. I have a 2:00 conference call I've got to be on, so I'm going to leave the council meeting at this time.
Okay. Are there any members of council who have matters that Mark should hear before we turn to their reports? I think you're in the clear, Mark. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and my apologies.
No problem. Members of council, any reports? Fred? And then Ralph?
Yes. On the 16th of April, I was invited to and attended a dinner of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, if you can see that. Ralph and Melinda were there. It was very nice. It was a break the fast dinner, so we could not start eating until 8:03 p.m., I believe. I had never heard of this group before. They're a sect of Muslims. I'm not too clear on their history. Like I say, I'd never heard of them, but they invited us, and 3 of us attended, and were well received.
Thank you. Any other reports? Ralph?
Just an update on vaccines from the last Board of Health meeting. It looks like the future of COVID vaccine is likely to be, some of you may have heard this already, but it's likely to be tied to the fall influenza shots. So the future may be that you get both shots at the same time. With respect to resistance or sensitivity, it's not looking too good. There are 2 subvariants out there now. One is called Kraken, and the other is called Arcturus, or if you like numbers, it's Omicron XBB 1.16. The latter is passing through India at the moment and the Eastern Mediterranean, and has just entered the United States. It looks like it is quite highly transmissible. It's not clear about how sick people are with it yet at this time. The one interesting variation with it is that there's a high incidence of pink eye, just running eyes, itchy eyes, very much like you have in the allergy season. So that's what's out there, and it'll probably be coming here in short term. We don't really know a lot about its sensitivity to antibodies. It seems that it may not be that sensitive to antibodies produced by previous Omicron disease by vaccines, but the jury's still out on that.
Thank you. Anything else? I have one item, and it's not so much new business as it is a report. The question of the Island Lake Family Park parking has come up, and Kim did prepare for us a report with some options that got somewhat lost in the budget process. Suffice to say, there was nothing in the budget for an expansion either of the existing parking lot or the creation of an interior parking lot. The question may arise in the near future as to what we do if our small number of spaces gets overwhelmed. And what I'm going to suggest is that we revisit the parking bylaw that we've passed for the first line with the view to creating a number of spaces in appropriate places as overflow in the event that the existing parking lot gets into difficulty. I'm hoping that this will resolve any outstanding issues in an appropriate way, while ensuring that no parking as identified along the first line in appropriate places stays in place. And Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe signs have gone up yet. And we do have the opportunity to revisiting our bylaw.
Absolutely, Your Worship, you're correct. No signs have gone up yet.
Okay, so the bylaw effectively has not gone into force. Thank you. Fred, did you have any comment? Okay. So that's how we're going to proceed, absent any decision on that parking report or insertion into the budget. So, any notice of any other members of council? Any notices of motion? We have dealt with our in-camera items. I have a motion somewhere here.
We get paid overtime.
I have a motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of Council of the Town of Mono in Session 9, 2023, held on the 25th of April, 2023, that it be signed by the Mayor and Clerk, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. And do I have a mover for that? Councillor Cape, seconded by Councillor Davey. Any discussion? Motion is carried. And I have absent any other matters of business, I have a motion that the Council of the Town of Mono adjourns on April 25th at 1:58 p.m. Do I have a mover? Councillor Magdalo, seconded by Councillor Davey. Any opposition to that? I see none. Thank you very much, everyone.